Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another coding stream. So the latest news on the PC, for anyone that's here, all four of you, is that it's either Monday or Tuesday, depending on who you believe. So we'll see. When it gets here, we'll do train sim. Until then, we'll do something else. Anyway, this is productive because this will help out when we actually get back to the train sim streams. Everybody likes the cab backgrounds on the green screen. They don't so much like the fact that I can never remember to change it, and this should help with that quite considerably. So this plugin is a plugin for OBS. It's written in C#, and what it does is it communicates to train sim, and train sim tells it what loco I'm currently driving. And then this will then work out what background image to display on for OBS, and then put it actually on the screen in OBS. Now, when we finished last night / this morning, it basically works at a very, very basic level. It basically works at a basic level. Oh, yes, I can do English, me. So it essentially works at a basic level. In that it's got a few hard-coded entries with specific locomotive images, and they work. Apparently my going live nearly made Ayrton's miss an AWS alert. AWS fail! Potential AWS fail. Near AWS fail. So, yeah. So anyway, the jobs for tonight, I've got 4 jobs listed down that we're going to have a look at. I don't know how many we'll get. So first is to load all the cab images. So we're just going to do a look for all the images that are in a particular folder and get them into a map or something. I then want to define a configuration file where I can say for this loco name load this cab image, and then some basic configuration stuff. That shouldn't be too bad to get the config file in and working. Then we'll need a settings screen so that we can change all of that stuff while we're actually running the plugin. So this will be show what the current loco name is, give a drop down box so that you can, this is the current loco name, drop down the list of images, select that one, click add, and it will then add it so that it'll always do it that way. And then also list all the current associations, so the current list of them, and then make it so I can click one and click delete. And also, at the moment, the detection phase, which talks to a via a socket to another process, which eventually gets to train sim. It's confusing. It's because of 64-bit and 32-bit. That is all done in the main processing thread of OBS, which means that while it does that, you get a momentary glitch in FPS, which is not ideal. So the goal is to put that into its own thread and then do some clever marshalling between threads so that it can sit and tick away and do its own thing, and OBS can do its own thing, and everything just works. Sort of. That's kind of the idea anyway. But that's an optimization. We can come back to that later on. What we need to do is actually get this thing basically working. So, just to recap, Aries Designs, what we're making. This is a very basic OBS plugin that will show a different image in its space on the screen, dependent on the locomotive that's being driven at the moment. Fundamentally, that's it. It's used as the background for the green screen, thing behind me, which is currently just showing transparent, but what I do when I'm running train sim is I have a background of a cab image behind me, so it kind of looks vaguely like I'm driving a train. And the idea is so that every time I select a new train, the cab image changes and it just automatically works, whereas normally I have to do it manually and forget every single time. Right, that's enough waffle. It's time to get on with some coding. What we might also do is the crossfade stuff. I wrote some crossfade. So this plugin started out as my slideshow plugin, and it would run the slideshow. I don't know if you remember the slideshows when they had the numbers in the bottom corner. Well, this is the plugin that did that. And so I think I'll put the fading back in. Actually, let me add that to the to-do list. And as a job here, there's the number is still being displayed, so I need to get rid of that. Tutus Master, do I have the Twitch beta friends? I don't, and I would love an invite. Thank you very much. That would be awesome. So I need to remove the number from bottom right corner of screens. Ba-boom. Right. So, change loco 2, that's good. So what was our job list? Let's work with the job list. The job list is the structure. Now I'm just randomly clicking on applications and opening them. So we need to load all the cab images into a folder. Okay, so let's have, at the moment I've got this thing called a slideshow manager. And I think I can bend slideshow manager. Now, if I come back to cab image source, up here I've got some commented out code that I wrote. I don't believe in writing code twice. Call me lazy if you want. Other people have and probably will always do. But I do not believe in writing code twice. I just find that abhorrent. So, slideshow manager, I'm going to... Oh, I haven't got all my tools, so I can't just do a refactor rename. That would be too handy. Can I do a refactor rename in here? Refactor, rename, cab image manager. Don't need to preview the changes, just get on with it. And I can change that to cab image manager. I bought ReSharper for quite a while, and quite a while ago, and ReSharper is awesome for Visual Studio, but I don't have it now, so I can't use it. Anyway, cab image manager. Remaining slides I don't need to worry about. I'm going to call that one all cab images. Refactor rename all cab images. Random number generator. I don't really need a random number generator. Flying Scotsman, PC is Monday or Tuesday now. I've got an email or an SMS and an email from DPD saying it'll be on Monday, and an email from Chill Blast saying it'll be on Tuesday. So, clear will clear it. I need to call that add cab image, which will add that into the list. I don't need a next slide or a count. What else we do with that now is we'll worry about that later on. At this point we are looking to load them in. Lots of junk. TSL image source. TSL cab image source. Oh, I see. So TSL image source needs to go away. TSL image source factory needs to go away. Cab image source. So uncomment that. Cab image manager. So we're going to look in. Now the folder I currently have all of my cab images in is this one. So we're going to do a log message, and we're going to do cab image manager.instance.add cab image file. Okay, thanks Tutus Master. I think I've seen other ones like that, where as long as Google does one, whereas as long as the message was in your inbox somewhere, it worked. Because there's a code in the message, if I remember rightly. Hey there, ES64. Right, we've loaded all of the images into Cab Image Manager. That's cool. And we're going to use that later on. So now this check for new image, I don't think I need that anymore, so I'm just going to comment that out. Not going to delete it until I'm happy that I don't need it, but we'll get rid of it because it's not compiling. What else isn't compiling? An internal load texture. G-drawstring, there you go. Boom! Well, actually no, let's put that into a comment. Right, what that does actually is it means that I have done that one on the bottom there. That's got rid of that task. Civil War? No, I haven't seen Civil War yet. I'm looking forward to seeing that one. Apparently, what I've heard is it's the best of the Avengers films yet, so that should be interesting. Now, I think I'm going to have a config manager as a configuration class so that I can centralize all the configuration. Hey there, Illinois train lover. And we're going to go ahead and make this a singleton. So private static configuration, public static configuration instance get return configuration and private configuration. Make the constructor private so you can't construct one outside. JKBM fan doing some urban abandoned train exploration. Wow. Did you see the article today? I can't remember what site it was on about this. I think it's a 4-mile long row of Union Pacific trains that have been abandoned because they're surplus to stock now. Can't believe that. It's like, send one to me, I'll have it. And you know, a bunch of track to run it on, of course. Is this the new PC? No, but we're not. The reason the UI looks different is we're not using Eclipse. We're using Visual Studio. So instead of writing in Java for the plugin, we're now writing a C# plugin for OBS. So the previous one was a Java plugin for Minecraft. So this is for OBS. This is a sort of a train sim OBS integration thingy. There you go. That's the technical name for it, anyway. So in the configuration, I had down that I wanted the host string. I want the host. I want the it's an integer for the port. I want the frequency of updates. And then I want to have a map, which is a dictionary in this, of loco name to file name. I'm not going to make that a property. I'm going to access that with another means. How was my day? It was very good, thank you. That should be private. I'll separate that out. Right, now I want to do private void load configuration. I want to do a private void save configuration. this constructor needs to start off with a load configuration. That will make sure that that gets done. Is there anything else I need to do? I don't think so. Oh, the path, cab image path. That's the other thing. Just finished playing a scenario on Train Sim with 982 points. Nice one, Ettons. I'm going to throw the gauntlet down though if you want a real challenge. You need the BR648 and the hardest scenario on that. It's an hour long, really good, lots of PZB, and I got 996. So, okay, so we've got all of our configuration thingies, we've got load configuration. We should start off with save configuration so that we can... Actually, let's define the configuration file first. So, I'm going to create an XML file. Am I going to use XML? I think I'm going to use XML. Yeah, I used to use XML. I might regret that later on, but that's for future me to worry about. XML file, and this is going to be config.xml. Now this configuration file is going to have TSC host, TSC port, frequency of update, and is that all of the... No, there's a cab image path. And then I want the list of lookups, so those will be... So I want the lookup table, and then these will be loco name equal image, something like that. I think that kind of gives us a configuration, and I can put some basic data into that. Currently 5. Boom! Still in the path. And then if I come back to cab image source, where we had our hard codey hacky stuff, that's the first loco. Which loads that image. But I'm just going to make it that. And then that one, well, that's just turning a 2 to a 1, that's no problem. You like the could be R6 right, but PZB puts you off from getting it. Well, just run it without PZB. And that loads BR423. And this one. So at the moment I'm doing an absolute lookup list. Now what I do want to think about is a search criteria, so that I can say if it contains a particular thing, then use this. Because at the moment I'm going to have to. It's actually rarely going to show the right cab image, because until I've used it like 1,000 times, which, you know, that's about a month's worth of usage, and I'll start cycling back through the same locos again. But still, it would be nice if it could be more up and about a bit faster. So let's think about what that would do. So at the moment I've got loco name. So if I put loco name contains, I can put, for example, GP38, and then on there I can put, where's my GP38? I think I've got one. I was looking at it going, it's there! Oh, there it is. Funnily enough, GP38.jpg. And if it's got SD40-2, so I should put SD40, put that in there. So the idea then would be if any loco name contains the string GP38 anywhere in it, then we will show the GP38 cab, and we will always choose a specific over a name contains first. Oh, JKBM fan, that's good to hear. So you must make the screenshots manually for every loco. Yes. Obviously, you only need one screenshot for a class 66. You only need for every class 66. You only need one screenshot for every SD40. But yeah, if you've got 500 different classes of loco, then you'll need a screenshot for each one. Or you do what you can do is you can say, well, actually, for every Steam engine, I'm going to add them all in here and just give them a Steam cab, a same Steam cab. So it's really up to you whether you want to put the right cab on every loco or just a close cab. What you do have to do is actually put them in here, and that's the tricky bit. So I think that will do for a configuration. King Twinkie, what's the point of all these plugins? Well, the first plugin was for Minecraft. This plugin is for OBS. Maybe someone can explain what the plugin does while I get on. Now this, the moment it says copy to output directory, do not copy, I need to say copy always, that way it will always push this into the build folder. Ayrton's going to drive the Pannier on Riviera in the 50s. Good man. So, having got that, I'm going to just copy that somewhere else onto a notepad so that I can see it while I work. And then load configuration is going to pull all of this stuff out. So we've got cab image lookup, and I think we'll also have a separate list of cab substring lookup. Thanks, TS64. So in here I need to reload an XML document. doc.load XML config.xml, and then doc.select single node / cab image plugin / TSC host. So this is a thing called XPath, and this will return an XML node, TSC host node, which is that, and then I need another one which is TSC port node. So this is reading out from that document I just created. Let me bring the document back just so that you can see what I mean. So / here says go to the beginning of the document, cab image plugin is that, TSC host is that, and then that gives me the entire of that, and then I can read the body of that to get that value. The Kingswear Bank that stops. Yeah, Kingswear Bank is a tough incline. Good fun though. That's what makes it good fun. So update seconds node is doc.select single node cab image plugin update seconds cab image path node doc select single node cab image path plugin Cab image path. Right, now the next thing I need is the lookup table. So XML node lookup table node is doc.select. Actually, I can be clever with this. I can do XML node list loco nodes doc.select nodes cab image plugin / lookup table / loco. I think gets me all of the loco nodes. You love the HST at Kingsway. I took so much flack for that. Why did you upload this scenario? It's rubbish. I downloaded this. What, when it said do not download? I probably should have deleted it, to be honest, but I was having too much fun. So having got all of that now into nodes, I can now pull those back into the configuration entry. So TSC host is equal to, actually, if TSC host node not equal to null, so is that configuration entry found in there, then TSC host is TSC host node dot inner text. If TSC host no port node not equal null, TSC port is TSC convert dot to int 32 TSC port node dot inner text. We're really lazy with Visual Studio. It recapitalises everything for you. Heapster UK, I'm writing a plugin for OBS so that the cab image updates on my green screen automatically when I change locos. So that's got the port. If update seconds node not equal null, then seconds between poll is convert dot to int 32 t no update seconds node dot inner text. Good. If cab image path node not equal null. Ugh. Reading and writing config file and so forth is just really tedious. The number of times I just leave it hard coded because I can't be bothered to add this stuff in. But I thought if I'm going to stream doing it, I'm going to try and do it properly, because cab image path, yep, is cab image path node dot in text. Don't need to convert that because it's already a string. Right, now. So now I need to go through all of the loco entries. So I need to, for each XML node, loco node in loco nodes, I need to say if loco node dot attributes dot contains, no, dot has, no, not a way of saying it's got an attribute, or have I just got to try it? Just got to try it. Attributes name not equal null, else if loco node dot attributes name contains not equal null. Alright, and if it's a name one, then that goes into cab image lookup. So cab image lookup loco node dot attributes name dot value is loco node dot inner text, and that should set that into that map dictionary. Sorry. And then this one is going to look very similar, except it goes to a different map, which is cab substring, cab substring lookup name contains loco node dot inner text. So that now should read all that configuration up the into the configuration. CompuFreak, did I receive the new PC? No, or we would be running Train Sim, I can assure you. It's looking like Monday or Tuesday to get the new PC. Hence why you're stuck watching boring, tedious coding. Well, you're not stuck, you could just close the window, but... Okay, so if we want to save the configuration, I need to create a config file. I think the easiest thing to do is create a new one. What I can never remember how to do is how you make this programmatically. Let me just Google it. So we can use link to XML. Excellent. Let's use that. That's easier. Of course, thinking about it, I could have used link for this. I totally forgot about link. So link is really clever. So I need to say x document doc is new x document new x element. Where's my notepad file gone? Too many windows, exception. Cab image plugin. Well, let's just import system link. There you go. So cab image plugin. Underneath there, the new X element of TSC host. Which has content of TSC host. And then next to that is another X element TSC port, which has TSC port, new X element TS update seconds. Cab image path. After that comes the lookup table. This is where it's going to get a little bit more interesting. I'm not quite sure how to do this bit at the moment. Lookup table. And inside lookup table I need to dynamically add stuff. So let's just finish adding everything here. And somewhere here we need to do doc.save config.xml. But in here I need to get hold of X element lookup table element is new. No, is doc.select. No. I need to do a link lookup to find it, I think. Right, I'm just reading. That doesn't help me at all. So can I do something like, so I enumerable X element result is from EL in doc.elements I wonder if link XPath will work. Sorry folks. Okay, so I can just say doc.elements or po.element. Ooh, hello. X element, lookup element. I've not done this for quite a long time using XPath and using link. I did briefly start using it. I started switching all of my behaviours over to it, but it was just before I did that. Just before I stopped programming in C#, so or stopped programming professionally anyway. So that should be doc.element lookup table, which should get me the element lookup table, and then I can just say lookup element dot add with content. Interesting. Okay, so now I can say for each string loco name in cab image lookup dot keys, and for each string loco string in cab substring lookup dot keys, then I need to add an element, which is a new X element, and I've lost my code. Hey Tutors Master, I am doing good, thanks. I think we've got the loading of config in, we're just about finished with the saving of config. So this is an element called loco with the body of cab image lookup dot of loco name, but I need to give it an attribute. Oh, I see, just add it as a child. Fair enough. So I just add that and I say new X attribute name with a value of loco name. So that will add a new thing to lookup element with all of those. And now I need to duplicate that, only this time I'm going to add loco with name contains, and it's from cab substring lookup. It's very exciting. Is this a green screen switching app? That's exactly what it is, yes. They have full experience. It's loco substring, not loco name. TS2016 starting a computer science degree next year. Ah, well, there you go. You can download what I'm using, Visual Studio. You can get the Express Edition for free. So you can get head start on that. Right, so this is save config done. This is load config done. I'm going to make save config manual operation at the moment. I feel like at some point I want to come back to these properties and make them automatically save the config out, but for the time being we won't do that. We'll make it to where when you press the OK button we do a save config. In fact, that probably makes sense actually. So that's our configuration file. That's our configuration manager. In here we need to tell it to load all that stuff in. So before we do anything else, configuration dot instance dot load dot. That's all I need to do. No, I don't. I don't even need to do that. It'll do that as soon as I access it. So when I access TSC client, go in there. Instead of connecting to 127.0.0.1, I need to go to configuration.instance.tsc host, and that is configuration instance.tsc port. That will get all of that. Back in here, when we pull all of these files in, we pull them from the configuration.instance.cab image path. That gets that loading in. Let's put an api.instance.log loading cab images from path. I need to string format that, otherwise I can't do that. Dot format configuration.instance.cab image path. Good. Right, that's got to log in there with that. Right, so we've got those. I guess the next one is the loop with the seconds timer in it. So check loco of total seconds greater than configuration dot instance dot seconds between poll. Then, if it's a different loco, update that. Don't do any of this. I'm just going to comment it out for now. But instead, configuration, I need to access a way of looking it up. Public string find cab image string loco name find string. Actually, no, I can do this. If cab image lookup dot contains key loco name, then return cab image lookup loco name. Else it gets a bit harder. I don't need to else that because I've returned in there if it worked. Uriel P911, yes, this goes up to YouTube. The first part's already on YouTube. Mad Matt UK, if you're looking at C#, then don't worry about Notepad++, although you should have that anyway, it's a great tool. Just get Visual Studio Express, it's completely free, and you can learn it that way. Flying Scotsman, I've got Battlefield 4 as part of early access, sorry, not early access, EA access on the Xbox One. It's really good value. It's like 20 quid a year, and there's a bunch of games on there, including Battlefield 4. And I don't know. I don't know why. I think it started out bad, but then they've done a bunch of work on it and they fixed it. And certainly my experience so far with it, I've been having a blast with it. It's really, really good. But I'm not. That's not my genre of games, so it doesn't take probably too much to impress me. But I was reading other articles saying that they patched it, and they've made it actually a top-notch quality product now. Right, so if we can do a first lookup, it works. Now I need to, for each string, substring in loco substring in cab substring lookup.keys. Now I need to search for them. Bad Company 2 was awesome, wasn't it? That was absolutely awesome. There was a bit in there where they wanted to go after some gold, and one of them ran off, and they were like, oh, well, I guess we just invaded another country then. Off we go, boys. If the signal's not giving you permission, you might crash out. It might end the scenario. I don't know, Ayrton's is the answer to that. Wait, is that one of the official scenarios? Battlefield 4 tanks but no tanks. Hey, welcome Chris. Opening with a cracker of a bad pun. Have you guys played Battlefield Hardline? The police version of Battlefield. I've been really enjoying that as well. That's a really nice take on Battlefield. Right, so in here I now want to say if loco name dot contains a string, which is loco substring. So if I do loco name dot to lower dot contains loco substring dot let me actually do that once. And lower string is loco substring. It's not what I want a lowercase, it's the loco name. Lower loco name. The reason I want to do this is so that I don't do the lowercase conversion every time I run through that for loop. Loco name dot to lower loco name dot contains loco substring dot. And if I'm always going to do it lowercase, then when I read it in, I should to lower it, shouldn't I? So it's that one dot to lower. Boom. No, that's the image file name, you twit. Dot to lower. There you go. Dot to string. Dot to lower. There you go. Mrs. Rogers playing Euro Truck 2. Excellent. Oh, anyone here that plays Subnautica? They released the machinery update today, which looks really good. Nuclear power stations, bio power stations, massive update to the Cyclops submarine, and the new scanner room, which looks pretty awesome actually. Unfortunately, I can't play it on this machine, so I'm gonna have to wait. So that's brought that in and to lowered it, which means I don't need to lower it in here. So if it contains that substring, in that case I'm going to return cab substring lookup loco substring as the image. Otherwise I'm going to return nothing, because I got to return something. Yeah, Matt Coffin, I'm going to get a drink in a minute. Yeah, I know what you mean, J Money. Okay, so hopefully find cab image is now working, which means now when I come into here, all I have to do is say load. Actually, image is configuration.instance.find cab image based on current loco name. If image.length greater than 0, then load texture image. String.format 001, and that's going to be configuration.instance.cab image path followed by image. That's better. That needs another bracket. If it's otherwise, I'm going to need to have a default image to show. But for now, we'll just put something sucky in the log file. A lot of DLC to catch up with, yeah, absolutely. There's tons of DLC to catch up with. I think that's alright. Let's build that. Good. So, in order to test this, I need to deploy it. Which is Hackney Mandem, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. VS projects, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. So that's the project folder. Let me shrink that down to a little more sensible size. And we're going to... Well, no, DTG stream, you're going to need to talk to DTG about that one. I can't talk for them, I'm afraid. See... OBS, not in the say62-bit folder, you twit. OBS, plugins, CLR host plugin. There it is. So, if I take that and drop it over there, that puts those entries in. Minus 6,050. Oh dear, oh dear. Must try harder. What is DTG? Dovetail Games, people who make Train Simulator. So now I'm going to start my second copy of OBS. And switch it on there. Now I'm not going to start the stream just now. I want to get Steam, I'll get Train Sim loaded up. Of course it wants to do an update. It would do, wouldn't it? Wait for it to do that. What we'll do is we'll kick off preview. Give it a few seconds. Preview's still going. That's always a good sign. And then we'll click stop preview, shut that down, except I need backup to get the log folder, that's better. So it looks like we didn't really have anything logged. It's not that one then. What time is it? It's 8:30. Why does that say 22:50? Finding run times, loading the plugin, don't care about that one. Added browser source plugin. Added the cab image background selector. Guess because I didn't really do anything with it, it didn't do anything, so okay. Sort of test-ish, past-ish. CompuVreak, spec of the ordered PC. Francois has posted it, thank you. Train sim has finished updating, it's time to move on. We'll wait a couple of hours for the game to load now. This machine is a bit on the pedestrian side for train sim. Evening, Simon. Hope your Wi-Fi works a bit better tonight. Yeah, it'd be nice if Chris became a comedian. Ah, dear. Right. Let me fire up OBS. Pretend like we're streaming. And remember to undo that. What I need to do now is find the 395. J-Money, can a 980 Ti run on train sim at basically max settings? Even a lower card than that can run it at max settings, with the exception of the SSAA. Something like a 980 Ti can rock full on SSAA without even blinking an eyelid, I think. One thing I wanted to feed back again to people that didn't hear it yesterday is I've been doing a bit of analysis of how memory usage is affected, because you've seen my stream where I have problems sometimes with the game crashing. And other people, and quite often what you find is it's people who've got high-end computers are the ones where it crashes more, and that's kind of baffling. And the reason is because the game is a 32-bit game, it doesn't matter how much memory you've got, you're only ever going to use up to 3.5 gig of memory, and people who've got lower spec machines have the settings turned down, and what it looked like is that some of the settings reduce the memory imprint. Memory footprint, and so I went through every single setting, used it on its minimum and its maximum setting, and I found it. It's scenery quality. This hasn't got my thing on it. Let me add the background selector. That's why it didn't do anything. Yeah, so scenery quality makes an enormous difference. It's got 4 settings, 0, 1, 2, or 3. 3 is with the slider to the right, 0 is to the slider to the left, and then 1 and 2 are the 2 slots sort of equally spaced in the middle. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. If you in the test that I did, with scenery quality set all the way to the max, the scenery quality, the memory, the scenario I was loading, which is quite a big one, has it was using what was it, 2.9 gigabytes of memory, so it was right on the cusp of throwing itself to pieces. I mean, you can run higher, but then what happens is something happens which means it needs to load a bit of memory and come back down again, and that trips it over. If you had it on maximum, it was using 2.9 gig. If I set it on minimum, the memory usage dropped to 2 gig. It was a stunning drop in memory usage. Now, obviously, the textures get a bit blurry based on that, but what you can do is work out which one makes your which one makes the difference. Because your game coding is weird. How's that, Simon? How's it weird? It's actually perfectly normal. It's just because it's a 32-bit game. The problem comes because someone writes a scenario, and they write it really complicated, and their scenery quality is set really low, which means they can put a lot more trains and a lot more assets into the scenario and get it up to 3 gig and think this is a great scenario, it works fine. Then you upload it to Workshop or share it on one of the sites. Someone downloads it with a high-end rig, runs all the settings on maximum, and blows the memory usage limits to pieces, and the scenario just crashes, or crashes midway through running the scenario. So if you're writing scenarios and you're putting loads of content in them, test them with a scenery quality setting turned right up and see what memory usage you're using. The guideline I give everybody is 3 gig is your limit. That way you've got buffer space for anything else that the game needs to do, so that if loading a terrain tile buffers that causes the memory to go up and down momentarily, it won't throw you out. As Rubku just said, you can get higher and you won't crash at 3 gig, but if you're making a scenario and you stick to 3 gig while you're on scenery quality maximum, then no one should ever run into a problem where the game crashes due to out of memory with what you're doing. So that's just a tip. And for those of you that are running scenarios, if you're finding it crashing due to out of memory, just try popping the scenery quality down. Even dropping it down 1 notch can make a big difference. Because it can mean that in my case it saved 350 megs of memory just going down 1 notch, and 1 notch doesn't make a massive difference to the visuals. So that's just what I'd found when I did my testing. So also apply to route building. I don't know. Because I mean the route should never use anywhere near as much as when all the trains and so forth are on it. C. Rogers, your chop scenario ran okay and it ain't a high spec PC. That's fine. That's because you're running with the scenery quality setting down. Yeah, if you run it with the scenery quality turned up, then you'll find it has major problems. And because the game is 32-bit, it doesn't have to be a high spec PC. That's the point. That's the confusing bit. It's because high-spec PCs always run with those settings to the maximum. Lower-end PCs run with them down towards the bottom and therefore don't crash, don't have problems, and they seem to be more reliable on a lower-end PC. And it's specifically that scenery quality setting that is the sort of the adjudicator of that reliability. Let me just get a bottle of water. If you go OTT with scenery, it could cause an issue. Well, absolutely. I mean, the thing to remember is how many trains are going to be running on the route that you're making. If it's 1 train at a time and there's really not much that anyone can do, you can go mad with the scenery. Because if you imagine a bar graph or a stacked bar, you've got so much memory for the route and so much memory for the trains, and it all has to fit inside that chunk. If you know that you're never going to get that many trains, then you can allow yourself to spend more of the memory on the art assets, and the complexity of the route. But if you're doing Clapham Junction, where you want to put thousands of trains in it, then you need to tone down the art assets on the route so that you can fit lots of trains running on it in the memory space. That's the balance you've got to make. I always run the game borderless windowed and run it at the same size as the screen so that it fills the screen, and I've never had a vertex crash doing it that way. Alt-tab can cause problems. I don't know exactly what causes it, but it can cause problems. I don't really see it too much on my machine, but it can. Right, what does the log say? Image source factory returned null. Could not create image source. So the constructor threw an exception. Well, that's rude of it. Probably means that my configuration file couldn't be loaded. So let's go into configuration. You also restart. Yeah, you should restart because there can be leaks. Dynamic clouds has absolutely no effect on memory usage whatsoever. Oh, that's really odd, J Money. I don't know what will be causing that. In hospital, Katie. I do hope it's nothing serious. Oops. Put that in there. Right, so when we do a load configuration, what I need to do is brace all of this to protect so that it can't throw out the rest of the code. Plus, I can see what the problem is. Right. Hey, Gouger. From Cyprus. Wow. Now all of a sudden it doesn't compile. How do you figure that out? Oh, because there's an X element in CLR OBS. Well, that's not clever, is it? In which case I'm going to remove that and I'm going to make API call it directly. Or specify it directly. Had 12 angina attacks in the last 24 hours. Oh no, that is serious. I do hope you're recovering. So, OBS slideshow DLL, put the config file in, drop them over, replace, continue. Right. That is that copied over, so let's rerun the plugin. Give it a moment to do its thing and crash and go bang. Data at the root level is invalid, line 1, position 1. So I've buggered up the... I have messed up the configuration. I'm just going to get rid of that, because I don't need that. Hola, Dave. Welcome. Replace. Go. Get on with it. Stop the preview and see what happened. Still says data at the root level is invalid. What? What have I floofed? So if I just had that in there and saved it. Oh, where have you put it? There it is. So let me get rid of that stuff. And then rerun the plugin. This isn't going to work, it's because there's no values in half the data now. But I want to know if it still fails for the same reason. I'm wondering whether or not there's invalid characters in the other stuff I've added. Nope, data at the root level is still invalid. Well, I've just started Eclipse. That's not going to help anybody. So, what have I got wrong here? XML doc, load XML. What I need to do here is add a test class. It's fine. Startup object. It's down as a class library. So if I change it to be a console application, and put public thanks for the host, Train Boy. Static int main string args. Hopefully now. Yep. Let's put that in. Now this will run this all the time. So now I can say configuration.instance.cab image path. And return 0. Now I can run it in the debugger and see what the heck you think is going on. I think I'm pressing the wrong button. What have I done wrong? This has got idiot problem written all over it. Let's take that out for the time being. Train simulator on the Mac, I've got no idea. I'm not aware of any plans in that direction, but that doesn't mean anything. Can I recommend a game controller for the PC? Oh, yeah, the Xbox controller. Either the Xbox 360 or the Xbox One controller. Either will do. They're both basically functionally identical. I love the Xbox controller. Become like the DTM clock program. Well, all software gets to a point where it just wants to be annoying. Configuration.instance.load. Oh, it's private at the moment. Make that public. Load configuration. File not found exception. What? Controller or rail driver? Oh, I mean, if you can get a rail driver, get a rail driver. But if you can't afford a rail driver, a controller is a heck of a lot cheaper. I'm just confused about why this is not actually letting me single step into it. Oh, could not hold file host or assembly CRR host interrupt.dll one of its dependencies. Well, that's unfortunate. Is it in the list? Right, so why would you not be able to manage that? Cheers, JKBN fan. Yes, I do, Simon. Unfortunately, I can't share it. So in order to run configuration, it needs to load CLR host because I need... Ah, okay, for the time being then, I can eliminate that problem by getting rid of that. Putting a thing there. Right, now we can get into load configuration. It's saying data at the root level is invalid. Oh, hang on. Load XML is expecting a config, the actual text to be XML. You twit. Let's just prove it works before we get all excited. Yay! And it's even got the right text in it. Right, good. Let's fix that problem. That's that. Now I need to change this into a class library again. Rebuild it. Your PC monitor went boom, T? No way. Are you one monitor or two? Are you out now? So Eclipse down. I don't need Eclipse. I need it just to, use more memory because, I've got plenty of that to throw around. Can I record the unboxing? That's exactly what I'm going to do, yes. I've got a couple of videos I need to make. I'm going to try and do them over the weekend of the Acton Museum we went to, the London trip we went to, and also the NRM. So, I mean, the London trip is more of a sort of an underground train spotting thing. And the other one is sort of a tour of the NRM plus some train spotting at York. So I don't know how long or how good they'll end up being, but I'll make both of those videos over the weekend. Right, fire up OBS. Come on, play that funky music. No, you're not doing it still. But a humbug. Oh, of course. This is the problem. You make loads of changes trying to figure out what's going wrong, and then you don't remember to undo them all. Because what I did was I changed load configuration so that it didn't actually happen. It meant nothing was ever set to anything. WCML2, I think, is West Coast Mainline over SHAP, which makes sense with the context you're looking for, Budge. Will the unboxing be live? No, it'll be on YouTube. It's a bit difficult to, because in here there's not a lot of room in here. Did I put all them? Yeah, I'm putting all the videos on one channel. Yeah, Francois. Same as I'm putting all the streams on one channel as well, so to make it easy for everyone to find everything. How am I playing with OBS while I'm streaming? Oh, it's magic. There's a command parameter. If you do -multi, you can run as many copies of OBS as you like. So I've got a copy here. This is my main copy. Who's Biggie? And I've got a second copy which I'm actually I'm just opening and closing to test the plugins. Right, rebuild, config, slideshow. I really should rename that. It's not slideshow anymore. Good, right. Come on, you can do it. Apparently you can't. Ugh, why not? Could not find C program files OBS config.xml. Well, you won't find that, no. No, you won't find that. Okay, I made a wrong assumption about what the default location was. It actually needs to be in that folder. So in configuration, we do load that. I need to tell it to load that, actually. And then I need to copy those. And run it. Come on. 5 seconds. Ah! Why is it not selectable? Everything else is selectable, but that. Interesting. Something very funky going on with that. Oh, possibly because the plugin isn't actually initializing. Yeah, that's why. Oh, look! Loading, and it found all of these. Twice. Why did it do that? Oh, because I was switching it on and off. Oh, and of course the reason it's not connecting to the game is I haven't loaded the other plugin. My other thingy bob. Are you doing TPTS? Twitch plays Visual Studio. I need to run... I set this up last night and I forgot to do it today. See, temp. This is the tool that Simon wants a copy of, because this has got all the joystick code in it. But unfortunately I can't share this. So let's run TS Connect, start the server. That means I can now connect to it. Hello, what are you doing now? Why are you that big? Right. Oh, rude. There you go. Change loco to none, none, none. No image found, so I'm not saying anything. Well, that's all done. Why none, none, none? I haven't shut the game down. Oh, maybe because it wasn't actually, it was paused. Could be because it was paused. Let's try that again. No. What I could do actually is just change. Let me try switching to the 66. Wait for Train Sim to wake up. OBS Multi is a normal copy of OBS, but all it is it's got a shortcut which just adds the parameter -multi, which means you can run multiple copies of OBS. Normally, if you double-click OBS, it just reopens the copy you've already got running, but with -multi, it'll let it run two copies simultaneously. So there you go. I've got two copies of OBS running here. Right, I'm just waiting for it to load the next scenario. This seems like it's taken a bit longer, but actually what we've done is we've done a massive amount of the work. We just need to make it work. What does TS Connect do? TS Connect is how my rail driver stuff works. So it's the moment connected to the game, I've then got the ability to network it. So normally what happens is that I've got a copy of this running on this machine, which has the rail driver and all of my control console switched into it. Then I've got another copy of this running on the machine, the big machine running the game, and they connect over the network using this start server connect stuff. What that then means is that even though this machine is not running the game normally, it still thinks it's running the game, so it gets access to all the data, so it can drive all of the dashboard, my console with the screens, and get the rail interface with the rail driver and so forth. So you can see lots of stuff actually normally on this list when it's connected to the whole thing. It is 7 screens, BIP, rail driver, the X keys devices. But it's also got the interface for the lights, to turn the lights off up here. It's got all the joystick controller code in. It's got all sorts of different things in here. It's even got, this has got, you know when I show the map, that's this button here. That pops up the map, which is this. If I pop up the gauge in the bottom right, that's this one, which is this. And these are the gauges that are on the, effectively the gauges that are on the control console. Copy for you, write all this. Yeah, I wrote TS Connect. TS Connect is quite large. There's a lot going on in TS Connect. Well, I can't share it because I work for Dovetail. It's a fairly common practice. Is TS Connect a commercially available product? No, it isn't. It's mine. I wrote it, and because of the employment contract, everything that an employee develops is owned by the company. It's a common thing in software companies, and because this is a train sim thing, it's very difficult to work out how to release it without it looking like a Dovetail thing, and then potentially Dovetail, people asking Dovetail for technical support on it, and what if it breaks, how does it get it's really, I can understand why it's difficult, because you guys are all, you know how it is, and you'll come to me if there's problems, but there's a lot of people out there that would say, oh well, Matt wrote it, so it's a Dovetail thing. So yeah, it's just, it's not so much that it's an absolute no, it's that it's a really difficult question, and we need to make sure the right answer to that is found. Okay, so the bad news is that it still hasn't actually done the job. So let's go and have a look in the log file, see what it did all this time. So we came up, loaded all the images correctly. Then we said change loco to 395, and we said we'd loaded the texture. Change loco, and we said we'd loaded the texture. So it thinks it's done the job. Wait, what? Why don't I release it privately to viewers? Yeah, that'd be a shortened career. Boom, there it is. It got messed about. Right, so there's the image that we've got, and that is for the class 66. So now if I load a GP38 actually, because that should work as well. Let's try one of those. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make my life just a little bit easier and just make a free roam so I can just click between the products. Where's test track? New scenario, root origin, free roam, loco test. I can put some different locos in there, and then I can just click between them, and we can make sure that it works. It'll be a little bit less, waiting 10 minutes for it to load each scenario. I think I'm going to go spare. Right. Not to mention you're probably going to go a bit loopy. Okay, so I want the Thompson Interactive, Trent Valley, Class 66. I want under RSC. Once I've got the free roam set up, I'll move the game onto it so that you can see what I'm doing as well. But right now I've still got to watch to make sure I don't show stuff I'm not supposed to show. Right, Kent high speed. That'll get me the Javelino. Don't need that one. That's the Javelin. Good night, Paul. What else we're going to do? We're going to do a GP38, weren't we? There is a GP38 in... There it is. What else do I want? Sherman Hill has some interesting stuff as well. Right, let's got some locos in, let's put some drivers on them, then we can get in the game. $234 points for speeding. Oh, bad form, Ayrton's. Bad form. Right, so if I'm on the 66th at the moment, if I click into the Javelin, oh, hang on. Oh, that's died, that's why. Hang on a minute, folks. Typical. Right, let's get that, start that up. Boom! We have a Javelin cab. If I now switch over to the GP38, we have a GP38 cab. Go to the SD40. SD40 cab. Excellent. Ah, it crashed again. Alright, I'm clearly going to have to figure out why that's crashing. That's another problem for another day, though, because that's a different application. That's TS Connect that's crashing. So start that so that it's reconnecting. So if I connect to the 66, then within 5 seconds, the 66 cab appears. If I switch to the GP38, the Jeep cab appears. Go to the Javelin, and the Javelin cab appears. Good. So that much is working, which is good. So we've got yeah, there is a person in the GP38 cab. What about pump cart cab? No reason why not. So now we've got it reading the configuration file correctly and updating that correctly. Let me move that out of the way and come in here. What I could do, since we've got it all up and running at the moment, is I can get rid of this now because we've got it all working out of the configuration file. That makes life easier. Now, if I put this back in, then, so check for new image was what was managing the slide. UKTS download server seems to be hung. Hold on a second. Sorry folks, let me just go and sort UK train sim out. Okay, John, try it. Can you give it a quick try and see if it's fixed now? So in order to do the crossfade, we have a slide alpha, which we need to slide between 0 and 1. So slide alpha. So when we just trying to get my head around how this sliding thing worked. The key thing is that, which I can do in check loco. Actually, no, we'll do an update crossfade. Let's keep ourselves clean. Which essentially is going to do that. Good, thanks for letting me know, John. What's going to happen if the script can't find a cab? Then I need to set a default, essentially, which I haven't done yet. At the moment it just logs that it hasn't got one. So if we're crossfading, then we're going to slide alpha, and then we're going to... So that will actually make it do the slide. Now what I need to do is actually set up the initialization of the slide. So what does make target old texture? So that will update that. So at the point I want to change, I want to do that. I want to set slide alpha and set crossfading to true. I already wrote the crossfading code. I'm just trying to re-employ it here. I'm still here. With the game running and 2 lots of OBS running, the CPU is getting seriously hammered at the moment. This machine is, it's Core i7, but it's old Core i7. So an OBS is taking about 20% of the CPU times 2, so 40%, and then the is it all updated now? Can you see me now? Panic. Right. So I think that's actually going to do the job. Yeah, the cams will freeze up just because I'm running out of CPU. Having the game running and 2 copies of OBS is too much for this machine to cope with. Right, so that's put that in. So if I now rebuild that, I think that might work. Shut OBS down. Cool, Ayrton's is a regular speed demon, isn't he? I think we have a new Mr. Overspeed, fans. Right, the camera's going to freeze up again for a minute because we're hammering the CPU while we do this. Well, if that's fading, I'm a monkey's uncle, and it's fading to the wrong one. So it's just on to the GP38. If I click to the Javelin, it's now going to go to the 66, isn't it? Yep. Right, so I've made a mess of that. So let me stop that and shut that down. That'll free up some CPU for the camera. Because I know how much you like the camera. And my name is Jeff. Thank you for the host, much appreciated. So that should be fine. Oh, I'm not doing an update crossfade. No, twit. Tutors Master, they're not steering wheels. Some trains have got circular control throttles. I'm doing a symbol, a sign here with my hands and you can't see it. Circular control throttles, and you turn them to change the notch to go up and down in some cases. In other cases, the circular wheel is actually a handbrake, and you turn it to turn it on. But they don't have steering wheels. They've just used the steering wheel idea, but it's not actually for steering. It's either power or handbrake, usually. What routes am I planning to? I'm pretty much going to start off looking at all of the... I'm pretty much going to start looking at all the bits I've missed, all the new DLCs that I've missed, and then I'm going to start going through the list that Francois has been kindly maintaining. I want to also sort of try and do look at workshop routes quite a lot as well. Right, that's rebuilt it. It might have a hope of working now we're actually doing everything. Right, camera's going to go nutty again. So we've got the Javelin. If I switch to the Jeep, it did absolutely nothing. Switch to the SD. Ah, hang on, it did a fade there and it eventually got to the SD. Let's go back to the Jeep. Yay, we're fading. And we go to the 66. And it fades over to the 66. Good. We have the crossfade working now as well. Excellent. Right. Shut that down. And I think I can shut the game down now because we've kind of got all of that stuff working, so I can relieve all of that CPU. That's it. Thank you for shutting down, game. You probably didn't hear all that noise. Good. So that's got the crossfading stuff working. Let's go back to the to-do list. So load all the cab images we've done. The config file we've done, and we're using all of that stuff. Setting screen we haven't. Move detection we haven't done. Put fading back in we've done. So we've got the settings screen to do, and we've got the detection into a separate thread to do. So let's look at the settings screen now. A 648 scenario in the UK. Nice. Flying Scotsman. What will happen if the PC doesn't arrive Monday or Tuesday? Then nothing will happen in particular, and we will wait until it comes. All the dates I've been giving you are guesstimates of when it's going to arrive, and to be honest, till the PC is here, in a box, ready to be unboxed, doesn't really matter. Katie's going to write scenarios with cabs I don't have. Excellent. Right, so how do we do settings screen on this here thing? When we initialized the factory, we created a TSL cab selector.settings, or cab select settings, which is this thing. Now if you remember rightly, when we first popped it up, that was what actually came up. And I can just show that again. If I pop up OBS multi, we switch to that and we go right click properties, we get that dialog box is what actually comes up. So that is the thing I am looking at editing. Now in here I need to be able to put all the stuff in the config file. So the easy stuff to put in is the host name. So I need a label, another label, another label, another label. So it's 4 I think that we start off with. Yep, and then we'll do the other bits in a minute. I need text boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you think of my UI design so far? Is this good? Unboxing video, Matt reacts to Uber PC. This would be me going, ooh, pretty. Right, so this is going to be for the TS Connect host address, and this is the TS Connect. Actually, port. Host address I'm going to keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid! Host address. And if I now put a group in, well, that's not very nice, is it? Let's have the group in a place I can actually see it. That's still not very helpful. Thank you, because you need that box to move it around. So this is going to have a text of TS Connect host, and then I'm going to put the address in here, and the port in here, and I'm going to put this text box in here, and this text box in here, and then align that text back up with that. Probably pull all of it down a bit. Better. That can be narrower, and that can be a bit longer. Put that over in a corner. We'll move it in a minute. Does TS2016 utilize the Xbox controller? Yes, it's got specific support for the Xbox controller. You can do just about everything with the Xbox controller. You can't run advanced locos, but you can run all of the HUD locos with the Xbox controller, which is most of the library. Frequency, so seconds per update. And the last one is folder for cab images. Let's put that in there. Put that there. That one there. And that one there. So seconds per update can be quite small. Folder for cab images can be quite long. Flying Scotsman, yeah, the Xbox controller is good for screenshots. It's even better for videos. It's superb for videos. It can do things you can't normally do because you can get really nice slow movements. You'll see me doing silly camera movements and things. So that is that needs to be save. In fact, let's put the underline on that. So this is going to be txt tsc address, and this is tsc port, txt seconds per update, and txt cab image folder. Right. So that's all of that in. How about joystick for cinematics? Now, unfortunately, the joystick won't help you for in-game cinematics. Right, so that's got the 4 basic things on here. Now, the other thing that I need to add 2 more components. One is to be able to add a new association in, and the other is to be able to manage all of the existing associations. So, adding a new association in is a text box followed by a drop-down combo box. So let's put a text box in and a combo box. This one is txt loco name, and this one is cmb cab image. Make that nice and big. We want some labels. I've still got to tidy the layout up a little bit, but text. Where's the text? So this is the current the loco name. This is the cab image to show. I love how you get all the helper lines telling you, like, so you can help make sure everything's lined up correctly. That was a really good ad when they added that. Good night, Katie. Get well soon. Flying Scotsman, TS Classic and TS Pro range. Have you read the article on trainsimulator.com? Because it really does explain it quite well what they actually are. So that enables me to add a new one, so I need a button to do that. So that means I've got a new, whoops, I've got the ability to add a new one in now. And then I need the ability to list everything that's in there and have the ability to change it, and that's going to be done with a list view that's in details mode. If I can remember where the option is that lets me choose its mode. There we go. Change it to details. There's columns, I think, in here. Yep, columns, of which there will be 2 entries. The first one will say loco name. That's 2 actually. The first one will say loco name, and the second one will say cab image. I'm going to take these, move them around up here, not leaving them there, don't panic. I'm going to put these here. I'm just thinking that if I put these here, I can put these underneath. Add and remove. This is why no one lets me do UI design. It's horrific when I do it. Essentially, as Ayrton says, that the Classics trains are older trains, but they're still good ones that are sort of, you know, they're at the top end of the older trains. And Pro trains are ones that you are probably not going to be able to use the HUD to drive, and you are probably going to need to use keys or operating the cab controls. You are almost certainly going to need to read the manual carefully, and you're probably going to find it very hard to do, and you're going to have to figure it out. So it's a bit like the FEF, for example, and you're probably going to find it very hard to do, and you're going to have to figure it out. So it's a bit like the FEF, for example. Why don't Dovetail do a Ted Chappie reverse route in CA? There's lots of reasons. It's not ever been ruled out. It's just that there are lots of routes to do. I'd love to see Ted Chappie. Bakersfield Mojave is a lovely route. So I put the save icon down there. We've kind of got our settings screen there in its, you know, delightfully ugly form. Delightfully ugly. That's a thing. So change the title of the this to TSL cab background selector settings. So that sets the title of the box correctly. Right. So having got that, I need, when this loads, to populate itself based on what's in configuration. Then we can give that a test. So text cabinage folder dot text is configuration dot using OBS slideshow dot instance dot cab image path txt loco no seconds per update dot text is configuration dot instance dot seconds between poll dot to string txt tsc address is tsc host port dot text configuration dot instance dot tsc port dot to string, because those are numbers. SH Brocrafter, no new PC yet. It'll be sometime next week now. So we've got 4, and we've done 4, so that does those. Now what I need to do is, I'm going to put a thing in configuration with what the current loco name is. But I'm not going to save it. Because then in image source, when I change the current loco name, I can also tell configuration current loco name. That will then make it easier to put into the settings. So I can say txt loco name dot text is configuration instance dot current loco name. So that sets those up. The classics pack are all roots, but that's more coincidental. That's not intentional. Right, let's see if that works. That should give me access to some of the basic stuff, to what's in the config file. Right. Properties, there you go, look, the address, the port, seconds per update, and that bit are all in there. Now if I was running the game, that would also be set with something by default. So that's cool. So we've got those ones in now. Now I need to populate all the lookups. Bit more involved to do the lookups. So at the moment, configuration I can only do a check. Now I need to be able to actually retrieve them all. So public dictionary string get cab image lookup map. New dictionary string that protects it from being modified by unscrupulous external code. Dictionary string get cab substring lookup map. Substring lookup. So that gets those now accessible. Get cab image lookup map. loco name in lookup dot keys. I need to put that's where I need to remember how to add to lists. So if I haven't actually named that list yet. That's bad form. List loco lookup. So list loco lookup dot items dot add item. List view item. Item is new. List view item. Actually, yeah, I can pass in string array. Yes, new string of loco name and cab image lookup loco name. Should give me the item set that I need. Let's give that a try. That's going to do the first one. I think I need a separate thing on the dialog for the substrings. Or I could put a checkbox in one of the columns. Oh, that could be interesting. Put that there. MC6443. So this is a plugin that integrates with Train Simulator for OBS, so that on the back of my main screen when I'm streaming, the green screen shows the cab of the loco I'm driving. Well, I normally have to manually update it, and there's a load of setup in OBS to make it work. Whereas this plugin will get rid of all that setup and automatically change the backup, the backing green screen image based on the loco that's working. That stuff's all in and working now in the plugin. Now what I'm trying to do is make it so that it's a bit more configurable without having to fire up the editor or the compiler every time I want to make a change. Because the thing is, if I have to do that, I'm just not going to use it. There you go, look, so this has got the entries in there, and this is the cab images that are associated with those. So that's good, so I can tidy this list up in a little bit, and the next thing I need to do is add in the other ones. I want to make it to where if I select one of these, then they pop up down here, so I can change them as well. Right. Okay, so let's have a look at this map, at the items, the columns, sorry. Oh, actually, the other thing I want is full row select I want on, multi-select I want off, scrollable true. That should be better. Right, let's go to columns. We're sourcing? What? With our staggering 40 viewers? Let me just look something up. I'm trying to add there's a way of adding a checkbox in. With XAML, I'm not using XAML. List view dot checkboxes. Hey, you can have checkboxes. Boom. So let's add another column then. Which is the substring. Need to change the display order. So that's 0, that's 1, that's 2, so that needs to be 0, 1, 2. Good, so let's put them in there. Well, let's see what happens when we run this, shall we? What will it do? Oh, I can't run it. No, I can't run it. Don't be silly, Matthew. When is TS Rewards coming out? I've no idea. Isn't TS Rewards finished? I can't remember. I thought that was a limited time thing. I don't know whether or not there are more of them. But I guess the answer is I haven't a clue. Alright, we've got transcode we have had for half an hour. Nice one. I have no idea how. That doesn't make sense. How Train Sim stream can with 140 people doesn't get it, and a coding stream with 40 does. I'm not going to argue though. It's cool. Alright, properties. Ah, that's quite cool. Oh, I see. The checkbox goes with... Oh, I'm putting the name in the in the 0th element anyway. Excellent. Right, I can have fun with that. That's good. Oh, I've just fired up Eclipse again. It was 6 times. I thought it was 6 months was what I had in my head. But things in my head usually are jumbled up and mixed around, and I tend to ignore them. So go away, Eclipse. I'm not doing Java at the moment. We'll do more Java to finish that plugin another time. Right. So when we add the code into here, at the moment I'm creating a list view item with 2 things in it. So I want to create, I presume. What do you load into it? Is it false? Can I get away with that? Will it let me do that? No. New boolean. Or is it boolean dot false? Boolean dot. Let's put 0. And we knew they need the same thing. In here, except so it's a string. Of course it is. I don't know whether that's going to work. We built. Good. Right, let's copy that into there. You made a new website and published it. Excellent, Brocrafter. Nicely done. So that clearly doesn't work. I think I'm going to not use the checkbox idea, because it's also limiting me to only 2 types of entries, where I actually want begins with, ends with, contains, one, you know, all sorts of things. Yeah, Windows 10 Train Sim works great on Windows 10. So this is match, and this is substring, and then the column in here needs to be type. And what I am going to do is move everything down. Whoops. Delete that rubbish. So that is going to be, it's not a text box that I want, it's a combo box. Com type. That will do. Just need a label now for this. The label is match type. Home, away. Right, so that's got the match type in there as well. Mr. Trainco, it's Visual C Sharp. I use XML for the configuration, but the code is all in C Sharp. So match substring, that's fine. What I do need to do is in here, in the items, it's going to be match substring. Are the only two that I've got at the moment anyway. So now, I'm trying to run it again, aren't I? Right. Good. Run it. Oh, I haven't got rid of the column off there, but we've got match, we've got substrings, so they were loading the entire thing in there. I need to get rid of the column, and then that has got two types in there as well, so we're good. So now I can start adding interactivity into all this now to start making the rest of it work. And then the save button can do something. Wow, not far off now. I thought this was actually going to take a lot longer, but this is not doing too bad. So I do need to tell you not to do a checkbox. That gets that fixed, and is that selected index change? So in the case of selected index change, txt loco name dot text becomes equal to list loco lookup dot selected items zero dot, because there's only a single select, there'll only ever be one. Right, so we are getting the selected index dot items dot no what Interesting. Oh, I can't debug it. Let me find out how I get it then. What is event? Nothing useful at all. Excellent. Oh, it's dot sub items. Okay, that makes sense. List loco lookup dot selected items dot sub items 0 is the loco. No, 1 is the loco name. Combo type dot text is list loco lookup dot selected items 0 dot sub items 0 dot text, and combo cab image dot text is this lookup dot items 2 dot no twit dot sub items 2 dot text. Right, let's see what happens now if we select something. Cheers, Brocrafter. I'm not guaranteeing any Train Sim live on Monday. It's either Monday, Tuesday, or sometime in the future is all I'm going to say at the moment. There's no guarantee of Monday at all at this point. Boom! Ooh, not so boom. Ah, okay. Faultyassumption.com. Because when you select another item, it deselects and then selects, so the selected index changes to nothing. So if list loco lookup dot selected items dot count is greater than 0, then we are protecting ourselves. I should have done that anyway, to be honest. That's just good practice to protect yourself from the code going wrong. Good. That's that done. So that's that done. So now if I change one of these, I need to click that button to make it reflect the change in that list. Okay, let's do that next. So if I click the the add button, which really ought to say add/update, and really ought to figure it out. MC, so the rail driver, the problem with the rail driver, the implementation in the core code originally, is that it wouldn't let you access almost all of the newer locos because they used virtual controls, and the interface provided to rail driver externally didn't support that. So yeah, the major update that I did was to change how all that worked so that it provided access to every controller inside the loco, so now the whole thing can be done. It's also how my dashboard all works, because it all just accesses all of that stuff. And how the map works, because I added the lat, the long, how the tunnel works, because I added the access to the tunnel variables, things that turn my lights off in the red room, well, in this bedroom, in the garage, when I'd go through a tunnel. So all that stuff was all part of the major update I did to the rail driver. Okay, so if I click the add update button, I now need to take the values that I've got in these three and put them back up into the list view. You tried to buy a gradient but found out it was a bit steep. Oh, Chris! Chris! I was trying to find out what happened at the end of a gradient, but I just couldn't get to the bottom of it. Did you make sure the garage was wasp free last night? I've no idea what happened. I think it flew out. I've not seen it since. So I think it flew out when I darkened the room and shone a light at the door. I think it took the hint. But I'm fully expecting, when I'm least expecting it, there'll be a wasp crawling up my back or something, and yeah, I'm sure if it's on camera, the result will be quite hilarious for you, not for me. Tumbleweed just flew across the screen. Right, so what's happening next? I've got to get these ones. Trying to work out how I do this. The key is text loco name, so I need to find it based on text loco names. So I need to go through all the items in list loco lookup. So list loco lookup dot items gives me a bunch of list view items. For each list view item in list view items, so that gets me each list view item. I now need to say if item dot sub items 1 dot equals txt loco name dot text. Then I found my item, and I can now say item dot sub items 0 dot text. That needs to be dot text is equal to comb type dot text dot sub items 2 dot text is comb that's better, dot text. So if it's one that already exists, then I just update it. However, if it doesn't exist, in that case I'll say found as true. If not found, then it's a new one, and I need to say list view item equals new list view item new string, and it'll be com type dot text txt loco name dot text and cab image dot text, which goes into there, and then I can say list loco lookup dot items dot add item. I think I need to do an update on there if I remember rightly. I won't do it unless I need it though. Right, we've rebuilt. Good. That's fine. Let's run her up, see what it does. So if I click that and I say I want to go to, say, cab2.png, boom! It updated. Look at that. I need to put this drop-down box, don't I, so it populates all of them. That's good. And if I now say DPTS3 goes to cab2, boom! It added a new one. Hey, excellent. Right, so we need the drop-down box to be working. If I now change that to substring, and it changes that to substring. Hey, this is getting there now, guys. We're not far off done with this. So, what we aren't doing when we come into this screen is pre-populating all of the images which are in Cab Image Manager. So, Cab Image Manager dot instance dot, and I need to get cab images. That's going to get me a bunch of strings when I implement it. And then for each string cab image in cab images, cmb dot items dot add cab image. However, be cab image dot items dot clear, and then I also want to do list loco lookup dot items dot clear as well when I go into there. Otherwise, it's going to keep, every time I go into it, it'll double up and triple up and so forth. Good night, Chris. So, Simon, I've got no idea. I can't remember. It's a while now. But to be honest, there's a lot more important things for them to worry about. It's really not that important on the big list of things to be done. Right, so I need to write get cab images in here. Public string get cab images string. Oh no. String result is new string for each. Oh, actually, all cab images dot I thought there was a way of actually auto exporting it as an array. Why am I returning a string array instead of a list of strings? Right, for each string, no, just pass in all cab images and return result and put list string in there. That's good. Right, and then this is going to return a list of string. So that sets that up, so that should now give the drop-down box everything it needs. So drop-down box doesn't have anything in it. Boo, that didn't work. That didn't work. What silliness have I forgotten? Matt UK, Visual Studio Express. Get the C# version. Oh, it's called Community now. I didn't actually want you to download it, but that's okay. Yeah, it's Visual Studio Community Edition by the looks of it. Oh, it's now got Xamarin. That means you can write Android apps and iOS apps using this thing. That's incredible. Xamarin used to be 400 quid and it's now free. GG Microsoft. Epic GG Microsoft. The fact that I can now write software for my Android phone without having to resort to Java is fabulous. No, what's not fabulous is why my code isn't working. Hey, Haddock. I'm going to make sure I actually did copy it over and I'm not being a total dipstick. That's what I'm looking for. Nope, it's not working. I wonder if it needs to actually activate. It does. Oh, well, that's not much good. So I need to fix that. So all this add cab image stuff needs to happen as part of configuration. Manager needs to do it. So if I go into here, and then into here, configuration, part of load configuration, needs to do that. Only I don't want that rubbish, I don't want that. Right, so that should now build. So that's going to set that up. Now, Community will have 30-day trial. I thought Community was the free edition, like Express was. Yeah, it's free. Visual Studio Community is completely free. You don't need to do any. You probably need to have a Microsoft account to make it work, but that's reasonable to be expected. They're effectively giving you a lot of money's worth of software. Oh, I see. It's a try until you log in with a Microsoft account. That makes more sense. It's not easy to set up. Well, I'm writing a plugin. That's what makes it less. I mean, actually setting up the green screen stuff is pretty easy. Let me just actually show you what I'm doing on the green screen at the moment, so you can understand what actually happens at the minute. So at the moment, you've got all the. You can see this image in the corner here. If I look down here, I've got all of these images here. So if I want the BR423, then I click that and it changes. BR143, I click that and it changes. So whenever I change the image manually, I have to click all of these images. What it also means is if you look on edit setting and it's scene, you can see that image is there, and all of these images exist separately. Yeah, so if I want to make any changes to these images, I've got to move them all independently. It's absolute nightmare. So the goal of this plugin is that I have one image to move around that will just always be correct. That's the plan anyway. And so far it seems to be working. Okay, so we're now pulling the cab images in correctly. What I am concerned about though is that when we brought them up into the combo box, Chase Flying Scotsman, we brought them into the combo box, and where is it? There. I think I need to put a new file . That doesn't help. Munchy YDL. Yeah, it'd be really handy if there was. And it might be something that comes into the new multi-platform version, but I'm not upgrading to that one just yet because I use a bunch of plugins and they don't exist yet. So, and this one's, other than the grouping thing, working for me. And this will also mean that as well as I don't have to do the manual changeover, so that it can all, because it's connected to the game as I change in the game, so the screen changes in the changes automatically. So it's got that side benefit, or massive benefit to be frank as well. She's built lots of the BBA road today, has she? Excellent. Excellent. So, on here I am looking for C# get file name from path. Path.get file name. Aha! Path.get file name. Right. And that's what I want to add in there. Right, so let's put that in here. Yeah, a lot of the stuff I'm doing at the moment, Munchy YDL, is all the configuration that supports all of that. So we've got the configuration. That hasn't worked at all. Excellent. Fabulous start. Fabulous start. The reduced delay option in the stream settings. I have. What it does is it means that everyone needs to then use more bandwidth and more processor power, or they get lots and lots and lots of buffering coming up. So the reason I haven't added it is because I thought it might stress people's connections or PCs a bit more. And to be honest, I'm waiting to see what other people think about it before I even switch it on. Because people already get buffering, and I don't want to make that worse. So string get cab images. So configuration as part of load configuration, which we know is working, is now doing that. obs.api.instance.log string.format adding cab image to to data set, and it's file, and then down. Oh, let's just see what that does. Okay. Now what I am going to do is get rid of all these logs because they are making a mess. Cheers MC, thanks for joining. Nothing. Good. Well, I didn't change any code, so I'm not expecting that. What I am hoping now is that you will tell me, did you load them all? No, you didn't load anything. Bad plugin. There we go. Failed to load config file. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Bad coder. "901 Meister, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Cab image path has been set up. Cab image manager is a singleton. That works. That's fine. That's not being called. Configuration I'm looking at. Well, where's the object instance not set to a blah de blah de blah coming from then? Every time something goes right, you should say good plugin. Right. Let's see what it does, whether it tells me in the stack trace where this error is. A bad coder blames his plugins. Yeah, absolutely. Good, right, nothing's changed, we're still broken. Let's go and have a look in the log file and find out why it's broken. Seriously, it's in the load configuration method? That is all you're going to give me? Bad debugger. Bad stack trace. I know it's in load configuration. That's this gigantic block of code here. Let me do OBS dot. This has got "DOL" written all over it when I found out what the problem is. Format loading cab images from configuration.instance.cab image path. Oops, no, .api.instance. Directory.enumerate files in cab image path. Let's put another bit of debug above it in case it's that. Split it up into 1,000 different functions. Yep, absolutely. I did think about adding a try catch around it specifically, but I know it's this bit that's wrong because all of this data is loading correctly. Yeah, there I go, making assumptions again. Right, now. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Completely useless, but very interesting. Oh no! Ha ha ha! You twit! You can't call. I'm in the middle of the constructor. In here, in configuration, doing a load configuration, and then down here I'm saying, oh, let's access it again. So it's like it tries to loop round on itself. That's what I think the problem is. Let's find out if that's right. Can you attach to the process to be able to debug the code? Possibly, but I really hate debugging like that. You end up trying to solve 4,000 other issues before you actually get to what you want to try and do. What I did earlier on was I switched this code to be a standalone executable and solved the problem in the debugger locally rather than trying to attach it into the debugger inside OBS. Bear in mind, OBS doesn't directly support this plugin. It's running its own plugin, which then I'm a plugin for. So this is a plugin for OBS. Just feels like that would be an interesting experience to debug. A good, interesting experience. Right. Super duper. Right, that works. That works. That update works. Adding works. Remove I need to do, and save I need to do. And then we're just about there. Can you test drive it? Yeah, I'm going to test drive it in a minute once I've got this, because the problem is when I run it all up and have the game running and all sorts of things, they'll find that the stream, and particularly the webcam, all starts going bad because 2 copies of OBS and running Train Simulator, it's it hammers the hard computer very, very hard. So I'm trying not to run the game too much because it messes it about. Good plugin, yes, good plugin, good plugin. So remove is going to say if list loco lookup dot selected items dot count greater than 0. Let's not make that mistake again. James, happy birthday, my friend. Happy birthday. 1 year older, 1 year wiser. So having got the item, I want to say list loco lookup dot remove. No, okay, items dot remove. And I want to remove list loco lookup dot selected items as 0 because I've got single selection switched on, and that should do it. What's the train motif? This is network southeast. Can you see that? There you go, network southeast. It's a class 50. Hey there, Kevrev. So we built. So looking back, that was a really over-the-top reaction for getting something really, really simple working. It's like having the plugins fade between, having the plugin fade between background images. See, that was a cool achievement, but. Never mind. Right. So now if I click on that BR423 and click remove, yay, it removes. Good job I'm not saving anything yet. It does occur to me I need a cancel button, however. So what I might do is pop that down there, put save next to the positive instruction and remove and cancel next to the so cancel needs to do, what is save doing? It's just doing that, and that needs to say dot cancel, so that should work, and then save The plugin I'm using to host your plugin in. Yes, so there's a thing called a CLR host plugin, which you can download for OBS. Then you can then write C# plugins which plug into it. There's quite a few plugins which are available. I can't remember which one or two I've used off the top of my head, but no, there are plugins for the CLR host plugin. The CLR browser plugin, of course, is the main one that people use for things like the follower alerts and things like that. That's all done with this CLR plugin, because the interesting bit is all done in C#. But yeah, it's quite nice actually. The API for it it's not perfect, but it's not bad. Once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad at all. Mad Matt UK, Visual C# took a lot of the really nice bits of Visual Basic. You know, the bit where you can double click on the button and go to the code. That is just such a really nice way of coding. So having clicked save, I now need to do the opposite of what we did when we came in. And I'm going to take a copy of these four first, and we'll get those persisted back. So that's not the right code, I just want to use it to reference. So configuration.instance.cab image path is text cab image folder.text. Configuration.instance.seconds between poll is txt seconds per update convert to int32. I really ought to protect that. We'll get back to that later. TSC. Oops. Host is txt address.text and configuration.instance.tsc port convert.to int32 txt tsc port.text. Right, so that's done the four basic settings. So now I need to look through LST loco lookup, pull all those list view items back, and set up the where is it? The cab image lookup map. So for each list view item in list loco lookup.items, configuration.instance. Set or add cab image lookup list view. No, I've got that wrong. That should be item.subitems 1, item.subitems 2. And that's if item.subitems 0 equals match. Else if item.subitems 0 substring add a cab substring image lookup, and in here configuration.instance.clear cab image lookup. Configuration.instance.clear cab substring image lookup. Right. So now I need to. That gets me everything persisted back. Yes, WPF is good. In fact, there is a workflow when they talk about when they walk you through the process for setting up an OBS plugin using the CLR a host, they actually walk you through, because you'll notice I've got this settings pane control.xaml, so I've got some WPF in there, but I'll be honest, I'm not particularly familiar with WPF. It was sort of coming in as I was leaving, so I'm sticking to my strengths. I think I had a problem making that work, and I accidentally stumbled on making a Windows form work, so I thought, you know what, that's fine, I'll make that work. So in configuration, I need to... Welcome, Zumarak. I need to create clear cab image lookup. Let me just put these in, and then we will... As long as it gets the job done. Precisely, Munchy. Precisely. That's exactly what matters the most. Forgotten what I'm doing, which is not great. Ah, here we go. We've got that one now. And I need to create that one, which takes 2 strings. And I need to do that one, which takes 2 strings. That. Tough. What am I doing? I'm writing a plugin for OBS so that when the game when I change to a different locomotive in the game, Train Simulator, the background image on my green screen will automatically change to an appropriate image if I've got one. I'll be running it in a minute. We're not far off just about being finished, so I'll be giving it a run and just giving it a test and see what does and doesn't work. So this needs to say cab image lookup dot clear. That needs to say dot clear. That's them two done. Cab image, no. Image lookup. Loco name is cab image. That's that one done. And cabs loco name is cab image. That's them 4 done. So they should now, come on, do it. Oh, I know why. Dot text. That's that cleared off errors. And that's that cleared off errors. And then the last thing we do is configuration.instance.save configuration. And that will persist it back out to the XML, assuming I haven't barfed that method up. Oh, the create method thing, yeah. I like to control where I put things in the class, and I know I could go in there and then I'll copy paste it back out. I do use the refactoring option sometimes, but I'm sort of a control freak, if I'm honest. And not for a good way. Not even remotely for a good way. So I just put all this in the wrong function. If you clicked on the label, it was going to do a save. Twit. Oh, imagine me sitting here trying to work out why save wasn't doing anything. And it was all sitting in the label. Donkey. Right. Let's put that in there. And rerun OBS. So, oh, that's a bug. Let's fix that. We don't want the window to be resizable. If you look at some of my other streams, Munchy, when I was there before I started this, I was doing a Minecraft plugin, a bucket Minecraft plugin, and I used the extract method thing quite frequently. I quite like extract method. It works. That's quite good at unnetting a bunch of code, and then I can tidy up all the interface once it's pulled out. But I did that quite a bit. That was in Eclipse. I used to have ReSharper on here, which was amazing. We use Visual Assist at work, which I've not actually. I don't, because I don't do development at work, so I haven't got it. But it's the developers there rage about it. They love, or rave about it. They love it. But I was always a big fan of ReSharper. I thought ReSharper was fabulous. What was I doing? Oh, I was changing this setting screen so that it's not resizable. Border, isn't it? So show. Don't want to show it in the taskbar. It's a dialog box. Show icon? No, don't need an icon. Maximize box? No. Minimize box? No. Move or resize? Boom! There you go. Move? I want you to be able to move it. Form border style. There you go. Fixed 3D. That looks awful. That looks less awful. Right. Oh yeah, so that now you can't resize, you can move around, all the other bits missing off here, good. So, I can make a change. So I'm going to make the change, so I'm going to make that a 2, I'm going to make that a 7, make that a 6, make that a 2. Let's click save. Boom! I'm missing a dot text somewhere. Yeah, there's a convert dot to int32 that's missing a dot text somewhere. Let's fix that. Yep, there it is. Good. Right, so we have this up. Let's make the same changes, and then we can make sure that everything got changed. 6, cabs 2. I'm only interested in those 4 at the minute. Ah! Oh, it's denied. Why would it be denied? It's because I've noticed whenever I copy them in, it's asking me for extra permission. That's just annoying. Right. Two, 7. Oh, the tab order's not terrible. I'll fix that in a minute. 2. Let's have a look at the configuration. Well, I'm gonna, throw my hat in the ring and say that. So that is okay, but if I come out and go back in, I bet it hasn't saved. No. It hasn't saved. So we haven't tested the save code yet, so I don't even know if the save code works. I've not done anything like this before. This is where I can switch actually, and we can change this into a. We change this into a console application and set that to test class. I can test this outside of the IDE then. Oh, sorry, outside of OBS. So go into here. I want to do a load configuration. Get that. I then want to say configuration.instance.cap. Image path is this is a test, and then configuration.instance.save configuration. So let's see what that does. Oh, because when I'm running out here, you can't have access to CLR OBS for some reason. So configuration is doing some logging, which I don't want it to do. Change that for a console. Good. Oh, of course, yes, that won't work. Because now configuration is loading that, but for the test case, it's just got to load config.xml. Because I'm not inside OBS now, so the path is different. Right, so it's loaded that correctly, and then gone boom when I tried to save it out. Oh, lookup element is null, so it didn't find lookup table. Ah, that's what I did wrong. So that was a bit I wasn't sure about in the first place. Okay. Maybe you should inject the logger. Yeah, I was just thinking I should probably do that, but it's easier to just hack it. Oh dear, I'm such a bad programmer. Right, doc.element lookup table. It's a bit like it should work out where the right place to run it is. So doc.element lookup table. So that's only looking for the child element lookup table, which it's actually, that's what it is. It is a child element, isn't it? Let's have a look at. Yeah, lookup table is a child element. Let me find out what doc.element does again. Thank you for the host, Stephen Jam. So it's link XML find X element. Tell you what, let's run it to here and have a look and see what doc's got in it. Maybe doc is set up incorrectly. Well, I tell you what, that looks pretty good to me. Cab image path has been updated correctly. Lookup table's got no nodes in it at the moment, but I'm happy with that. And yet lookup element is null. Why you null? I must admit, I've quite often been that way, Munchy. It's a case of you write it because you're not going to ever need. In theory, you're not ever. Once it's in production, you're never going to need it that way. So you don't think that, and then when you're developing it, you end up needing to have it hosted in a different place or hosting in the other way. Namespace. I've got no namespaces in there, but possible. Well, looking at all the examples, they're not doing anything like that. Yeah, there's no namespaces, and I must admit that's a good thought, because that would normally be the thing that trips me up, something chronic. Thanks for the host, BK Gaming. And Curb Noob. Yeah, it's not that. Let me just... This is what I'm looking at. Because this is what they're saying to do. Oh, that's an X element. Ah, that's different. I'm doing a doc, not an X element. So I want to do a doc dot element dot element. Really? Is that where we're going? We're going to try that, are we? Doesn't feel right. So doc dot cheers, James. Oh, it's an enumerable, so I can't do that. Do I need to put dot? Can I get first? No. Okay, so document get root element x document dot root. Well, that makes a lot of sense. So doc dot root dot element lookup table. No, it's not the root node, it's the document, and so you need to get the root node out of the document. I'm really rusty on link XML because I only ever did it briefly. So that's X element lookup element. That has a much stronger chance of working if I make it syntactically correct anyway. Run that, see what it does. Still null reference. Well, poop. X element root is doc dot root. Let's separate this out. Go to here, run it. So the root is reasonable. I have something called lookup-table. Lookup-table root dot. Ah! It's found it. Look up element. It's there. Why did it just error then? Boom! Okay, so why did that just error? That's really weird. It obviously didn't compile properly. Yeah, that's now working perfectly. And if I go in here and have a look at Edit with Notepad, this is a test. Boom! That's good. Right, so saving is now working. And all of that's not getting rid of, because it rewrites the whole XML file. So, oh, I don't think I restarted. Yeah, of course. I just pressed resume, didn't I? It's one of them nights, I think. Never mind, we've won more battles than we've lost, so let's put that back to there and rebuild. Well, hang on. I've got all my other stuff that needs to be fixed. You know what? Private void log string message. Oh, go away. Right, that needs to be log. All that poop. Now I've got one place to change it at least. Moricom, yes, this is the background picture program from last night. I'm going to be running it in a minute actually because it's not far off done at this point. Okay. Build, rebuild. Scut. And let's copy that over there. My OBS. Right, so 2, 7, 6, 2, save. Ah! Oh, yes, of course, it's because it's not running as admin. Train Simulator just crashed on you. If it was possibly a busy scenario, GWR King class, try knocking your scenery quality down to about the 2/3 point, and then see how you get on. Because that reduces the amount of memory quite significantly. Right, let's try this one more time with feeling. 7, 6, 2, save. We open up the config file. Nothing has changed. Oh, I can't access that until this is closed. Oh, I can probably get rid of some of this log spam now. Fierce Gaming. No computer yet. It'll hopefully be next week. So nothing in the log file. So that implies that nothing is wrong. That's what I'm going to go with. Right, so that goes in there, and in here, that's where we do that. This feels like a permissions-y sort of thing. Almost like the plugin's holding the XML file open, which means when it tries to save it, it's not working. Which I can test by making it write to a different file, actually. I'll try that next. I'm just going to change one thing now, because frankly I'm bored of typing all that stuff in. So that should have persisted that file. And it hasn't. Stupid code! Saving configuration, saving, save completed. But humbug. Oh! It's here. There you go, look. I'm not populating all the other bits yet, I don't think. But, yeah, that's all there. Saving it to the wrong folder. Twit! Gonna leave that in, that's not too log spammy. It's better. Put the @ symbol at the front. Right. Did spent a lot of time in Pascal and then in Delphi before going C++. Acid Dan, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. C++ to Java, Java to C#, predominant ones, but then I've done all sorts of other stuff like Python, Perl. What programming language did I start in? Well, technically BASIC when I was younger, Atari 800 and Sinclair Spectrum. From there I moved on to Pascal, Turbo Pascal 3, I think it was. And did spent a lot of time in Pascal and then in Delphi before going C++. Acid Dan, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. C++ to Java, Java to C#, predominant ones, but then I've done all sorts of other stuff like Python, Perl, all that sort of rubbish. PHP, all of UK Train Sim is written in PHP. In fact, the early version of UK Train Sim was that was Perl. Yeah, the early sites I wrote were all in Perl CGIs. Oh, CGI's Common Gateway Interface, those were the days. None of this modern fancy Ajax rubbish. LOL code. No, I don't think I've touched LOL code. Right, anyway, run as administrator. Live game. Properties. Do I have a favourite language? Yes, C#. This one is my favourite language, without a shadow of a doubt. So if I change that to 6, that to 2, that to 7, that to 6, and that to 2, save. That file has been updated. I can see it has. 276 cabs 2. So lookup table has not been dealt with. we need to find out why, but otherwise than that, all the other config stuff does get set. The question now is, if I come back into here and then rerun the tool, or rerun OBS, and they've come back in correctly as well, except all that other stuff vanished. That's fine. We can find out why it's not persisting, all that stuff, next. Curious. Now I'm saving in the right folder. What happens now? No, it still won't. It's still access denied trying to save to that file. What's the permissions on here? Users have only got read access to it, that's why. Probably because it's in program files. So I need to change this file so it's full control for users. What's up? M rocks forever. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Right, now if I run this, it should not have that persistent, that permissionsy rubbish issue going on. Save that to 3. Boom! That worked. He says without actually checking it. Hey, it did work actually. Good. Right, now why are we not persisting all of this good stuff? Don't know why I'm adding a breakpoint. It's not like an actually add a breakpoint. Munchie, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Now, when I go into here, first thing to check is all of that is actually working. Because otherwise I'm just clearing, never adding anything in. So I'm checking sub-item 0 is equal match or substring. If none of that actually happens, then that's not going to work, is it? So api.instance. CLR OBS. API fail log found type. And it's item.subitems 0.text. That's not going to work. I've just realised I'm doing not doing .text there. Right, let's try that and see if that works any better. Have you guys seen this new puzzle game that's just come out on Steam today? Let me just find the name for you. It's called Glitch Space. Go and have a look on Steam. It's a programming game where it's a first-person game. You're solving you're walking around like a white boxy room, and you have to edit the game essentially using the UI, using programming type constructs to edit the maps or behavior of things in the map so that you can solve the puzzles to move on to the next level. It looks really clever. And the programming is done in a way that it's quite accessible. You're not, literally editing files and things. It looks good. Log doesn't exist in this class. Log is in the configuration class, Munchie. This is where I need to have a log singleton I can push everything through. Never mind. Right, do a rebuild on that and see if this works. We're so close to finishing now. This plugin is nearly doing everything that it needs to do. Has the permissions been messed about with on here? They haven't. Good. So we've got everything. Let's change the seconds to 10. Boom. Come out of this. Let's have a look at the notepad file. Right, it's all there. Look at this. One of my favourite ones that one of the guys at work put me onto is a thing called TS100. I don't know if you guys have seen TS100, but I can thoroughly recommend it. If you ever programmed in assembly language, and you always, these modern programming languages are all a bit sort of conceptual sometimes, but assembly language is just perfect, then TS100 is going to be right up your street. It is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So the good news is, it's all working, because all the name ones got written out, all the name contains ones got written out. So that's good. Right. So all of the saving, let me just check to make sure if I change stuff, they change correctly. So if I change DPTS2 to use the 180 cab, and I add a new entry for DPTS3 which uses the 325 cab, and I remove DPTS2, so I should only have DPTS2 and 3, and there should be the 180 and the 325. So there's DPTS2 180, DPTS3 is a 325, and none of the other one isn't there. Good! Well, that's excellent. Right, that means that our settings panel is all working. That's awesome. Now, when I click save, what would be really cool is if save could let the main class know that it needs to re-evaluate to find out if it should show a different image. So it is check loco that's determining that. I want to have a reevaluate in configuration. Same as I've got a transient variable current loco name, I want to have another transient here which is to reevaluate settings. Image get set, and that's a bool. And then in settings, before I come out, I'm going to say configuration.instance dot reevaluate image is true, and then in cab image source I'm going to say or configuration.instance.reevaluate image. That will let me into here. That will let me into here. Configuration.instance.reevaluate image, and then in here I'm going to say configuration.instance.reevaluate image is false. So that will reset it back. So I've got into here, which means I'm now going to fall through all the code, which forces me to change again. Have I ever coded on some on Amiga or Motorola 68K? Yeah, the BBC. The BBC B was the assembly that I programmed on there. I cut my teeth with Z80 on the Specky, and then moved to the BBC Model B at college, and then x86 after that on the PC. Used to love programming in assembly. Right, now what this means is that if I put the plug-in in, I'm going to fire the game up now, and we're actually going to test the behaviour of that. What I want to be able to do is, if I'm running the game, running loco, and I change the cab, when I press the save button, I want the cab to actually just change without me doing stuff. So let me fire El Gameroonie up. New image must be very brainy to do. I don't know about that. Slightly obsessed. The game will start in a moment. TS Connect is still running, at least for the time being. Till it crashes next time. What causes the crash, by the way, with TS Connect is that the TCP protocol's got something funky going on with it where it gets a bit out of sync. I don't quite know how. It's supposed to not be able to do that, but somehow it is. And it asks a question, it gets a completely unexpected answer and just falls on the floor. But I've not taken the effort to debug it to find out what's going on yet, so I just let it crash, because it doesn't crash that often except when I don't want it to. But that's no excuse. Having code that doesn't crash too often is it's not really the point, is it? Okay, so I've got my free roam scenario. Let me find that. If I can find it. There we go. Test track. Loco test, that's the one. Right, so the game, except I need OBS running as well. Let's get that running. Preview. Don't need the TSL theme tune just now. Thank you very much. Right. There is the default image because I've not got anything set up. So if I click on the javelin and we wait a moment, we fade to the javelin. I do like that fade. It's just a bit twee, isn't it? And then we switch to the GP38. And it switches to that. Right, now while I'm running this, the camera is going to behave really funky. I do apologise. Hopefully you can still hear me okay. It's just because the system's overloaded on CPU. It's nailed at 100% and going nuts at this point. So I've got this running. Now what I wanted to do was come into here and let's change the GP38 and we'll make it give me a 91 cab. That wasn't quite the image, the behaviour I was looking for. Oh, it didn't actually save it. It's making it smaller every time. What's going on? And that seems to imply it's failing miserably to actually... Oh, that's curious. I wonder why it's shrinking like that. Oh, we can see there what we're actually running as well. So that works. So if I now switch to the SD40, then I can see we're running that, which means I should be able to say that that is an SD40-2, add it, save. Did it do that? That's interesting. So that list is not being repopulated correctly. Is it being saved back here? No. Okay, we have some more testing to do on that then. Let's shut the game down. Stop the preview. And exit. Are any of these your picks? Not yet, Stephen Jam. I'm going to put them in. Getting this done means I can throw your pictures in there and then set them up very quickly. Whereas at the moment it would be a nightmare. Tutus Master, yeah, CLR host plugin. You can get it from the OBS plugins website. Hello again, can't sleep due to neighbour's telly. Oh, that's bad news. That's where bricks come in handy. Because cuddling a brick is nice. It helps you get to sleep. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, okay, let's run an OBS and see what happens if I change the GP38 to do the 390 and hit save and come back in here. It's not, so we're not working, so we didn't test that properly. So let's just figure out what's going on there then. Bougeletto. So, when we click save, we're going to set all of that stuff up based on what's in list viewer and list loco lookup.items. Did it update that correctly? It didn't, look. Oh, it didn't do add update. You donkey. You've got to do add update and then you do save. So maybe save should do an add update. Because if donkeys like me are going to be using the software, then clearly they need all the help they can use, they can get. So save, that's button 1. What's that one? Button add new mapping. What a donkey. Right. That will cause that to happen. Right. What a twonky. Right, this thing with the windows shrinking. I don't know what's going on with that. If I preview the stream now, I think after a few seconds we'll get a defaultish image. There you go. So we have an image. Yeah, it's shrunk. It's shrunk. Why is it shrunk? Shrunk or drunk? Drunk, I think, is appropriate. Go home, OBS, you're drunk. O5 Gaming, thank you for joining us. Good to have you with us. Gronk. So I tell you what, why don't I get rid of this take this reevaluate image out and see if that's triggering it. Oh, it disappears entirely. Isn't this right? Do you ever do anything in code to position and resize the image? I don't think so. What is cab image source doing? So render gives me an XY float height, width height, and then I render into that particular space. I'm not changing that. I've got fade. Internal load texture. Internal load texture is changing the width and the height based on what it's loading. But this is, see, what's confusing me is that this works great normally. You can load all the images in and it's not a problem. It's only when I'm coming out of settings that it's a problem. Because I wonder, let me just do an even more bizarre test here. So if I go in here, take this save function and make it do precisely nothing other than return the bits it needs to come out. So save is going to do absolutely nothing now. I think it's when you come out of that settings box that OBS gets a bit flustered. I just clicked skip on the two files I wanted it to copy. Well done, GG Matt. No, this isn't a camera component. The green screen is an image that sits behind the camera, and the camera is a separate entity on OBS. So few seconds and there's a background image. So if I now click OK, go properties, remember save does absolutely nothing and it's changed. Interesting. So the act of going into the settings is messing with my stuff. OBS, go home, you're drunk. So why are you doing that? there anything in the log file of any interest, perchance? Oh, hello. That's interesting. So something's happening there where we're doing a whole bunch of really interesting stuff and going bang. But this is where I save. Interested to know what these object reference not set to an instance of an object nonsense things are all about. Is that render that's going wrong? Custom image. Where did the program collect the pictures? I've got them all in a folder somewhere. Copy that into there. I don't think I've got C#6 installed on here, Munchie. So I'm just going to go here, click stop, come out and see whether that generated any of those errors. Yes, it did. Oh, I know what this is, because for the first little while, I don't think there was anything. There's nothing there for it to render. And I bet that texture is because check loco doesn't do anything for the first little while because it's waiting for that timeout to pass. So what I want to do is set that to time dot min value, which will also mean it starts up immediately. That's just why I'm getting those errors. Hopefully that will eliminate all those errors. See, Rogers, if you're getting a wireless Xbox controller, you'll need to make sure you get the wireless receiver as well. It's a little box that looks a bit like. Where is it? There. It's a little box that looks a bit like that. It's a wireless dongle. It's just a USB dongle. I'll use a wired controller personally, then I don't have to buy that bit as well. Well, except I apparently did buy that bit. Right, let's see what the log file contains now. Oh, we've still got the errors at the beginning. No, it doesn't come with one because the wireless ones are essentially meant for an Xbox 360, whereas the wired ones are meant for Windows, but you can use a wireless one on Windows with the receiver. Dave, it works fine on my laptop, which was Windows 8.1. Works fine on Windows 10 as well. Making a game or modding a game for learning. Well, Tutors Master, if you mod a game, the benefit is you haven't got to do the whole thing. But you're also tied to all of the intricacies and quirks and weirdness that's in the game. If you make it, make it yourself. It's all entirely yours. But you kind of have to do lots. I'd be tempted to say start making your own one, but but build it up slowly. Build up different bits. And if what you need to do actually means doing a different game to learn a different technique, then don't be afraid to do that. Steam and Jam, make sure you suggest it so that it gets on the list, because it'd be good to get some suggestions for TPTS. So another look at this log file. Curious. I'm not entirely convinced that's me, you know. Given it's the CLR host, it could be the browser. Problem is, I've got lots of plugins enabled on here. So if I turn off chat, speedo, let me turn off everything but is it one for each image? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, no, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 29. Might be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 51. Very odd. I'm not convinced that's to do with me. I'm really not. Oh, then I've got the word exception hyphen. Let's see if I've got that in my code somewhere. I do. It is my code, and it is in render. So in here, we are getting into render. Okay, right. Let's look at for because check loco comes in, it's set to min, so it should be set to update. Change loco to that, which we're not seeing. Take time.min value. Total seconds should be greater than seconds between pole. Because the idea of fixing this bit is it should come into here. Ah, but the loco name dot equals current loco name probably doesn't parse correctly. So it's not the time thing that's going wrong, it's the current loco name check that's going wrong. So current loco name, I'm going to put not used yet. Put something completely different in there. Stop that, check the log. There we go, change loco to SD40-2. Load texture, but crossfade is set to true, and the first crossfade, which is how long that takes, it's crossfading from nothing. So I need to cope with the fact that we're crossfading from nothing. That's the problem. So in here, in update crossfade, so if we're crossfading, if old alpha old texture target text, old texture equals null, then crossfading is false, else do all of that nonsense. Which means that by the time we do that function, we will no longer be doing that on the first pass. Boom! Right, that goes in there. Notice how it appeared immediately. Yep, no errors anymore. Excellent. Right, now, now I've got rid of the errors, how do I convince you to not resize your stupid self? Get rid of that, I don't need that. Get rid of this one, I don't need this one. String.format size.x size.y, no. I bet it's calling something that's causing me to reinitialize or something daft like that. Right, let's have a look at the log. Longest time I spent working on a software issue? Oh, I can't remember. Some of the call center stuff I had to deal with was massive. So we did a show configuration. We did an update settings, which said that the X and the Y are the same, but these now halved back to 64 and 351. So called update settings, but update settings doesn't actually do anything, but the result is that the coordinates changed. Now what's the... When we did the load, it's a 1920 by 1080 image. So that's fine. That's not really going to help me. That's clearly not the image, the size I'm interested in. Oh right, the controller comes with the wireless adapter now, does it, Chris? Oh, that's good news. So that's where we did update settings. I'm befuddled about why this is suddenly changing its width and height. Yes, OBS calls the render method. Hence it's an override in the plugin, the abstract image source. Well, if we look at the log, it's 514251 by 165, and then you can see this is where I resized the window up to 1094 by 615, and it's stabilized at 1995 by 616. Then the first time I did the settings and updated it, dropped them down. I can't see why. This is the space I'm being asked to render in, which matches the box it's providing. I bet it's the action of giving it the OK message that's actually causing the problem. Because I'm causing that to happen. What if I just did an abort? You know? Or a cancel? Because it doesn't actually matter what what OBS thinks I'm doing. It doesn't matter in the slightest, because I've done it anyway. What OBS then thinks I'm doing is really irrelevant. Feels wrong, but let's try it and see what it does. There you go, look. The act of pressing OK is what's causing it to reset. Oh, I'm not mandating that it does the check anymore. Hang on. I switched off. In fact, I'm not saving anything. I turned all that off, didn't I? Hi, Mr. Follow. I do apologise. Who did I miss? Munchy, the problem is I'm not actually saving anything anymore. Oh, I don't know who that follow was. That hasn't shown up on Moobot at all. GG Moobot. Well, thank you for the follow. Right, now if I re-enable, so I'm not saving anything at the moment, so it won't know that I want it to do. I'm also not asking it to re-evaluate, because it wasn't doing that. What else did I rip out? Nothing. Alright, let's try that. Am I doing anything nice at the weekend? I'm chilling out. I'm going to do another stream of this tomorrow to get it finished, because once we've got this bit working, I think I'm going to call it a night. It's 5 past midnight. And my parents are coming over, so that's good too. Right. So that just faded back to itself. Is it on that one? There you go, that's working. So that's working. Okay, so Let's try it in the game then. We have Mother's Day over here as well, Stephen Jam. Where's the game? There it is. Railroad. What I'm coding is a plugin which will dynamically change the background of my green screen depending on the loco that I'm driving in Train Simulator, so that the green screen behind me looks like the loco that I'm driving, essentially. As long as I've got a screen that will do that. As long as I've got a big enough library of images. I'm just waiting for Train Sim to start so that I can give it a test. Get there eventually. As always, while I'm running the game and doing the tests, the camera and the stream may have problems in keeping up to date and so forth. So bear with me. It's a side effect of the fact that it's just overloading the system. Let me just get it into the free roam. Nice one, Moricom. Knock down settings and graphics. Yeah, I could do. We're near enough there now, but... Right, so we can has the game, we can has the preview, we can have the 395, and we have the 395. If we go to the GP38, we get a GP38. If I go to the 66, 4 hours 35 minutes so far, Matt Smith. We're on the DRS66, so that's good. Now, if I come in here and change the 66 to be an A4, just because it changes it to an A4. If I go to the 395, it goes to the 395, and if I go back to the 66, ah, yes. What I should be able to do is go to the GP38, and come in here, and I've got, this is the loco that I'm running, so I need to say it's a match type, and I want the AC6000 just cause. So that's now going to show me the AC6000. Oops, the rail driver interface just crashed. Start that server. Go back to the GP38. It's switched over to that AC6000 cab now. Go to the Javelin. And it switches to the Javelin. The 66 should go to the steam engine. Oh, excellent! Right then, folks, I think we're just about there now on this. I've got a performance improvement that I need to do, which are an optimization. Let me just bring my to-do list over. So we did loading all the cab images, we did the configuration file, we've done the settings screen and all of its behaviours. So all we've got left to do is moving the detection section into a separate thread, and I'm not doing multi-threading handling code while I'm tired, because it's not a lot of code to write. It's relatively small, but we've got to get it right. We've got to get all the interlocks working correctly, all the mutexes, so that the two threads can communicate safely, and we should be fine. So I'm going to do that tomorrow. So there'll be another stream to do this tomorrow to finish this plugin off, and then I can spend a load of time grabbing background images, and Stephen Jam's already sent a bunch as well, which is good. So that's astoundingly good progress. I'm very happy with that. Thanks very much, everybody, for your help and advice, and for watching me make a complete backside of myself sometimes. But I think it's been fun, and if you're watching this on YouTube, like, subscribe, follow, you know the drill, and congratulations for watching a 4.5 hour stream YouTube video. Alright folks, I will see you hopefully over the weekend, and failing that, next week, Train Sim Live at some point. I'm not going to guarantee Monday, but hopefully Tuesday if all else fails. Alright then folks, bye bye. When I find my mouse, where's my mouse? Oh, there it is. Bye.